What's up, y'all? So everybody that's just coming in, the state has rested their case. So right now we're on defense witnesses. They have called 7 so far. Three of them was, two of them it was, no, three of them was yesterday and 5 of them was today. So that's 8 actually. My bad. Because Justin Hemphill or Preston Hemphill, I always get him and Justin mixed up. Preston testified yesterday and today, and he was the original cop that stopped Tyree and started the initial encounter. So they had him on the stand for a while. Um, so far, we've had Kelly Rogers, which she's a military vet. She said she received notifications that, but they never provided any receipts or proof, videos, photos, nothing of Tyree swiping said stolen credit card. So there's that. Then we had witness, which was TBI Special Agent Baker, which I swear up and down was the prosecution witness because it did not go in the defense favor. If y'all didn't catch that yesterday, I highly suggest y'all going back to the video yesterday. It was bad. It was bad. It was to the point where defense was hollering at their own damn witness. You can't make this shit up. They were mad yesterday. Um, and then they brought Preston in. Preston started testifying. Also, we have 3 defense attorneys, so that's why this is taking so long. So after one gets done questioning, then you have another defense attorney that comes up and questions, the witness, and then you have the third one, and then you have the redirect by the prosecution, and then they'll have a redirect. So it's taken a long time to get through these witnesses, or some of them anyway. Some of them have been very quick, like 2 minutes out. And then some of them, like I said, like Preston has been there for a while. Um, yeah, I'm not going to that bullshit with that overpriced ass bullshit. I've worked it how many years? I worked the concerts. I'm not doing that shit, overpriced ass shit. Uh, After Justin, we had Justin Riley. He testified his vehicle was broken into. They asked if he knew Tyree. He said he didn't know Tyree. Once again, never showed any pictures or anything like that of said Tyree swiping his credit card, but he testified. Then we had Gregory Turner. He is a MPD officer at the Rains precinct. He testified on behalf of Haley, how he was a good man, yada yada, blah blah blah. Okay. Then we had Kevion Taylor. Kevion Taylor is a lawyer and a pastor. One hell of a combo. Because how you a liar and a pastor? I don't understand that one, but yep, that's what we got dealt with today. A lawyer and a pastor, a liar and a pastor. I can't make this shit up. The ones that's been here watch this shit, and he was testifying and saying how they were great dudes and they're friends, and yeah, okay. Then we had Bryant McKinney. He went to the MPD Academy and he spoke for Tadarrius Bean and how Tadarrius is a upstanding citizen. He's a good man and all of this, yada, yada, which I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't give a fuck about their past. I don't give a fuck about what they've done in the past and what they did for church. I don't give a fuck about none of that. It still doesn't negate what the fuck you did to Tyree that night. You cannot explain kicking him in his head 4 times when he was already held on the ground. You cannot explain y'all standing him up, which one of the lawyers have lied and said that Tyree stood up on his own, which is a fucking lie. He didn't stand up on his own. They picked him up, held him up so they could hit him some more. So why we all got all these damn character witnesses coming in and testifying, and all of these guys is good, blah blah blah. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't, because it still doesn't negate what happened. People are pissed off because they are letting these witnesses come in, and it's like I said, let them come in, let them testify. Let them say whatever they want to say about Tyre. Let them paint whatever the picture they want to paint about these officers on trial. Let them. Because when it comes down to it, I do not want them to be able to get an appeal or, any of that bullshit based on they wasn't given a fair trial. So no, let them have this. If they want to sit here and put out that, they're godly men and they're this and that, let them. Let them have that. No, I agree. Kitty coo, fuck them all. I really don't care. But I don't want them hollering 6 months down the road. I didn't get a fair trial. No. You got a fair trial. Y'all was able to put all this bullshit in. And for the ones that don't know, prosecution kept it short, sweet, and simple. They only called 5 witnesses total. 5. Rovon, which is Tyre's mama. Defense didn't even want to fuck with that because I wouldn't fuck with it. I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't if I was defense. Hell no. I'm not. We're not. No, I'm not doing a cross examination on mama. Fuck that. That's the fastest way to lose a case. So defense didn't cross examine mama. Then we had Desmond Mills testify, which was one of the cops that pled guilty already. He's facing a maximum of 15 years. They had him on the stand day 2 and 3. Then after Desmond, they brought in Special Agent Derek Miller. He was able to testify on the electronics and Haley sending pictures to over 11 different people, gloating how he beat the shit out of Tyre, yada, yada. He was able to basically, give us the rundown on that. Then turn around, they brought in MPD Officer Rodriguez.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you...
And Rodriguez works for MPD, and she is one of the record keepers at MPD. So they had called her in to testify. Her testimony was short and sweet. And then they brought in the medical examiner. The medical examiner testified, watched the video, said it was conclusive to what he said in the autopsy report. Of course, the defense argued and said that he really shouldn't be testified, but the video has been played 11 times of him being beaten. The defense have changed the events of what happened to fit their narrative, which I think is fucking wild. They even lied on stand saying that Tyre committed driving infractions when you have the own police chief admitting that investigators never found driving infractions. So I wonder how that's going to play out. Not sure who the next witness is going to be, but yeah. It's been a long 4 days. I can say that. Well, then, like I said this morning, court was delayed an hour, so today is going to be a long-ass day. We're probably not going to leave until about 6:30-ish. No reason was given as to why there was an hour-long delay because we were supposed to start at 9, didn't start until 10:15. Yes, Sunday. 11 times. Leave them where the hell they at, especially Zeus. He been needy as hell today. Leave him where hell he is at. I love him, but leave him where he's at. He is being an extra big ass baby today. And Judge Jones is always late for his court. Don't ask me why, because I don't fucking know. But his court never runs on time. Ever. So there's that. We were supposed to start back around 1:30ish. Because they dismissed for lunch around 12:30ish. And just imagine his parents, his brothers, his siblings, his sisters, I pray to God his child is not in that courtroom. But I think with the medical examiner testimony, that was damning. And then, like I said, with the defense calling, I love that for them yesterday. If y'all would have saw, Demetrius' ass was shaking like a leaf. That leg was going a million miles an hour. He was that fucking nervous. When they called Special Agent Charles Baker, because he wasn't going for what the defense was trying to do. They were trying to push him to a certain narrative, and he straight up said, I wasn't called in for the stolen credit cards and debit cards and shrooms. I was called in because of what the officers did to Tyre. At first, it was an aggravated assault charge. And then when Tyre passed away, that's when it got upgraded to murder. But pretty much the defense fucked themselves with that witness. And what makes it so bad, Zumac called him up, and that's Zumac buddy. He said it. He was like, so I've known you for years, right? And he was like, yes, sir. And then it wasn't even 10 minutes later, the line of questioning just got so fucked up. Zumac got mad. Perry got mad. Stengel I know Perry and Stengel probably was kicking Zumac ass last night for even calling Baker up to the stand. But, yeah, it didn't go in their favor. I don't know. I know when I was there for jury duty, well, I was at Fed too, though. And, man, them motherfuckers brought us sandwiches from, I don't even remember where the fuck it was from. But literally, it was ham or turkey sandwiches. That's what we got. And then when the judge asked us, did y'all enjoy lunch? All of us was like, fuck no. If I wanted a fucking sandwich, I would have brought one from home. Bullshit you not, the first day. Now, I don't know. State may be a little bit different. They may have a little more money. I don't know. But, yeah, when I was on Fed jury, they brought us sandwiches. And you had a choice of ham or turkey with one packet of mayonnaise, and I'm a mayonnaise freak. I prefer a lot of mayonnaise, so I was pissy about it. I'm tired as hell. I really want to lay down and take a nap, which y'all don't know. And I was kind of disappointed with Fed courts. I'm like, wait a minute. Y'all got all this damn money, but you can't provide a decent lunch beside fucking sandwiches. Fuck out of here. I was irritated with that. I'm getting the fuck up out of here. I'm not doing this shit for a month. How do you feel about gangs? They destroy our neighborhood and a gang member killed my cousin. In the story. Oh no, hell no. Cut, bye. That's literally how it went. How do you feel about gangs? Gang member killed my cousin. I was on the front page of the commercial appeal. As soon as I said this shit, wasn't even 30 minutes like, you're getting cut. Say less. Bye. I don't want to be a part of this shit, no way. Not with when they read the affidavit to us, hell no. No. No, no, no. I know people that know these folks. No, you're not gonna get my shit shot up. Fuck out of here. Hey, Running Bear. You ain't missing nothing. Court is late too, so there's that. Yeah, they've been running super late today. I don't know why. Well, we had an hour delay this morning. They didn't start on time. We started around 10:15. Um, an hour after testimony started, they went on break. Then they went to lunch, and I guess they're gonna take a long ass lunch. I don't know, or well, maybe lunch didn't arrive there on time because from what the judge said, he had said their lunch is on the way. So it sounded like lunch hadn't made it there yet. So maybe that's why. I don't know. That was real cute. So an orange tabby was found, and they gave him the name Colonel Sanders because they were able to bribe that man with KFC chicken. He was adopted out though. That's what's up. I just like the name Colonel Sanders. Kitty Coo, when we were listening to Preston's testimony, did you catch where he said that his production was down, hence why he was riding with Haley, because they was about to kick his ass off the Scorpion unit? Because he wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing. I wonder what he means by that. And I wonder what were you supposed to be doing? Beating the shit out of people? Yeah, Running Bear. It was real interesting because he said it on the stand. He was about to get kicked off. And here we go. All right, I'm shutting the fuck up, y'all.
Welcome back. We're going to go ahead and jump right back into this since you're ready for your next witness.
Your Honor, Demetrius Haley calls Dr. Jane Turner.
Inspector 40. Stand here, face you, raise your right hand. And please solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth that help you God. All right, please have a seat. Please walk in.
Tell us your name and spell your name for the court report, please.
My name is Dr. Jane Turner, Janeturner.
And you said Dr. Jane Turner. What's your occupation?
I'm a physician. I'm a trained forensic pathologist.
And my office contacted you about this case. What did we ask you to do?
You asked me to review materials related to the death of Mr. Tyre Nichols and to tell you my opinion as to the cause of his death.
And what in your background qualifies you to give opinion testimony on that issue?
I'm a board certified forensic pathologist. I've practiced for over 25 years. I've performed well over 5,000 autopsy examinations, including autopsies in individuals who've had head injuries from assaults, motor vehicle accidents, gunshot wounds, falls. I've also given lectures on traumatic brain injury.
And I think you went to medical school somewhere.
I did. I went to St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And is that where you live now, in St. Louis?
Yes.
Have you ever been called upon to give this type of expert testimony before?
Yes.
How many occasions?
With depositions and trials, well over 200 times.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness a document?
Sure.
Dr. Turner, what is that you have in your hands in front of you?
It's my curriculum vitae, which is essentially a resume.
And is that up to date?
This is from November 2024, so it's close.
All right. Your Honor, we would move that as the first exhibit for Dr. Turner.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Shows the 23-page CD of Dr. Turner as exhibit 33.
Dr. Turner, could you sort of walk us through the steps you go through in order to make a determination about the cause of death?
I review records provided to me, police investigative reports, and in this case, videos. I also review medical records and the autopsy report and autopsy photographs and some trial transcripts.
And is that all the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And what did you find out from that?
That Mr. Nichols was assaulted. He was struck in the head. He was unsteady on his feet after that. He was eventually attended to by emergency medical services and taken to the hospital, where he was already showing signs of shock. He was initially had no pulse, no blood pressure, wasn't breathing, so urgent care was administered to him, including intubating him, putting a tube into his to his airway so that he could have his breathing supported. And he was administered medicines to help his heart function better. And he was subjected to imaging studies to determine why he had cardiac arrest.
What kind of imaging studies?
He had a CT scan without contrast of the head. He also had CT scans without contrast of the chest and neck. He had a repeat CT scan a few days later, repeat CT scan of the head a few days later.
What were the results of those scans?
The results showed that of the head, that he did have soft tissue injury of his scalp from the assault, but he didn't have any skull fractures. He didn't have any bleeding around the brain or in the brain. There was no real evidence on imaging that he had brain injury, and yet clinically he had myoclonic activity. It's a type of seizure, and that activity was improved when he was given anti-seizure medication.
And what else did you find out from the medical records?
He had shock affecting all the major organ systems. So his brain wasn't functioning, his lungs weren't functioning, he had to be on a respirator. His liver went into shock. It was described clinically as shock liver. His kidneys were shutting down, such that...
You use the term shock a lot. What do you mean by that?
Shock means when your body reacts to an insult to the system. There's septic shock. That's when you have an infection and your body overreacts to the presence of that infection. In this instance, Mr. Nichols had neurogenic shock. He had a reaction to the head injury, and that caused his body to overreact to that injury by his heart failing, his lungs failing, his liver failing, his kidneys failing.
And did you also review the autopsy that Dr. Ross did?
Yes.
And what did that show?
That showed that Mr. Nichols had a response to the head injury in that he had hemorrhage in his brain eventually. So on the initial imaging scan, he didn't have any visible injuries to the brain. But by the 10th, he did have hemorrhaging on one side of his brain and on the outside of the brain. So in reviewing the medical records and correlating those findings, I found that he had elevated blood pressures after he was admitted to the hospital, but after he had that first CT scan, indicating to me that the hemorrhages in the brain were part of a reaction, that those hemorrhages weren't from the assault itself, otherwise they would have, not directly, otherwise they would have been visible on the initial CT scan. They developed later, and they developed later because when there's trauma to the brain, there can be an adrenaline rush. The body reacts by pushing out adrenaline, and that can cause high blood pressures, which he did have. And those high blood pressures can cause bleeding in the brain.
What was Dr. Ross's conclusion as to the cause of death?
A blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
I agree with it.
Did you take a different path to get to your conclusion than Dr. Ross did?
Yes.
Explain that, Kath.
Well, I looked at the medical records going forward. So as I described, I saw the CT scan, the initial CT scan that didn't show any injuries to the brain. And that's why a second CT scan was performed, because the doctors couldn't figure out why Mr. Nichols was as sick as he was, and he was in shock. And the second CT scan showed that in the interim, between the January 7th CT scan and the January 10th CT scan, he had developed this hemorrhage. And also in that period, he had elevated blood pressures.
Did that have something to do with well, how did the elevated blood pressure figure into that?
The best estimate is that Mr. Nichols was without a properly functioning heart for 25 minutes or so before he got to the hospital. The brain is very dependent on the heart to provide it with blood and oxygen. When the brain doesn't get the blood and oxygen it needs, that causes not only damage to the brain, but to the blood vessels in the brain.
And that was the result, that was what caused the hemorrhage?
Yes.
And how did the hemorrhage relate to the cause of death?
It relates to it because if Mr. Nichols had not sustained that head injury, he wouldn't have had that brain hemorrhage. So the cause of death is still blunt head trauma.
How would you describe the major difference between your path to that and Dr. Ross?
Well, it appears that Dr. Ross saw that there were hemorrhages in the brain and concluded that it was from blunt head trauma.
Now, are you familiar with the term rhabdomyolysis?
Yes.
And what is rhabdomyolysis?
Rhabdomyolysis is the destruction of muscle cells in a great quantity and suddenly. And with that destruction of muscle cells, protein gets released into the blood, and that protein damages the kidneys.
And did that figure into Mr. Nichols' diagnosis?
He was diagnosed on January 9th with rhabdomyolysis.
And did the objective findings from the medical records support that diagnosis?
Yes.
Dr. Ross indicated that the trauma to his arm could have been the source of the rhabdomyolysis.
He does say that in the medical records, the rhabdomyolysis is described mostly as mild. And he was diagnosed with rhabdomyolysis on January 9th, but his kidneys were already damaged. By January 8th, Mr. Nichols was receiving dialysis for his damaged kidneys. So he came into the hospital with evidence of damaged kidneys. On January 9th, he had begun dialysis. On January 10th, he was diagnosed with rhabdomyolysis. And then I forgot one other piece of information. On January 7th, an analysis was performed of his urine, and the urine did not show any protein related to rhabdomyolysis in his urine. So the rhabdomyolysis developed later, subsequent to Mr. Nichols already having such severe kidney disease that he had to undergo dialysis.
And did the rhabdomyolysis have any effect on his cause of death?
No.
Assuming that Mr. Nichols received a kick to his arm at some point prior to going to the hospital, would that have had any effect on the cause of death?
No.
That's all the questions I have. Mr. Moss, you'd be up next.
Now next, I have a question. Dr. Turner, just to be clear for the jury, you've said a lot of very impressive words. The beating that Mr. Nichols took is what killed him.
The injury to the head, yes.
That's Charlie.
Those are all the questions we have for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We would call Robert Long. Robert Long?
Go ahead, start. Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have some.
Could you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Robert Long, RobertLong.
And Mr. Long, am I correct that you are here pursuant to subpoena?
Yes, sir.
And where were you employed on January 7th, 2023?
Memphis Fire Department.
And what was your position with the fire department on that day?
Firefighter EMT.
And what engine were you riding on January 7th, 2023?
Engine 55.
Did you on engine 55 respond to a call at Ross and Reynolds?
Yes. I apologize.
You recognize yourself. This is Preston Hemphill's body worn cam paused at 20:37:25. Do you recognize yourself in that clip, Mr. Long?
Yes, sir, I do. I have the Memphis Fire pullover on with the radio strap on.
And pretty much the center of the screen.
Yes, sir.
And that is you responding as an EMT to a call at the intersection of Ross and Reynolds, January 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your left on the screen there, can you identify that person? Stopped in a bad spot, should I try again?
No, sir. That's on the far left side of the screen, halfway cut off. That's advanced EMT, Michael Sandridge.
And he responded with you that much, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was the person you were called out to treat at Ross and Reynolds at that time?
Yes, sir. That was we were called out for Officer Hemphill.
Okay. And did you learn that there was somebody else that needed to be treated?
Yes, sir. On that scene.
Okay. You learned that somebody else needed to be treated while you were at that scene at Ross and Reynolds, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was the person that needed to be treated was a suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was he at Ross and Reynolds?
No, sir.
Where was he?
We were told later in the video, if it was play on, that he was at a different location of a Castlegate lane.
Okay. And did engine 55 go to that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got there, was Castlegate Lane blocked by several police cars?
Yes, sir.
Where did engine 55 park?
We parked at the intersection of Castlegate and Ross, about a block away.
Okay. And what did you do next?
My advanced EMT informed me to grab our blue bag, and we dismounted from the engine, and we moved up to I think it was Castlegate and Bear Creek, that intersection that he was at. So we dismounted and took our equipment up there.
What equipment did you take? You just mentioned a blue bag.
My advanced EMT partner grabbed the cardiac monitor, which is a heart monitor that's above me. I'm not too sure on specifics of it. And then I grabbed the blue bag, which is our bandaging equipment and some medications that are in there.
It's the trauma treatment equipment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Going to play another portion of a video from Desmond Mills's body-worn camera. I'll stop it and ask you to identify yourself if you can. Can you identify this Officer Mills's body-worn camera is stopped at 20:50:07. Can you identify yourself?
Yes, sir. I'm just a little bit offset from center. I am looking down, standing next to the patrol car.
Okay, and although not visible from this clip, the suspect that you're there to treat is seated up against that police car, correct?
Yes, sir. Our patient was.
Patient. And who is to the left of you with the yellow shoulder patch in this and cap?
That is my advanced EMT partner.
And his name?
His name is Michael Sandridge.
Now, are you employed by the Memphis Fire Department today?
No, sir.
When were you terminated?
January 30th, 2023.
And to your knowledge, was it related to your conduct on January 7th, 2023 at work? You observed a person later known to you as Tyre Nichols, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you spoke to him.
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you?
He told me his name and his age.
How was he sitting?
He was sitting upright against the patrol vehicle.
Sitting in a normal seated position?
A little bit canted off to the right.
Okay. What did his head and face look like?
He had a bump on his head, and then he had dry blood under his nose, and then he had a busted lip.
Was there any active bleeding about the face?
No, sir.
What else did he tell you as you spoke with him?
I asked him if he had consumed any alcohol. He admitted to having alcohol, and then I asked him if he had taken any drugs. He did not confirm nor deny that he had drugs.
How did his speech appear?
It was a little slurred, but it was, I took that as consistent with being under the influence of alcohol.
How did his breathing appear?
A little rapid, He was still breathing fine. He still had an open airway, but it was a little rapid. So I'm assuming he just got done running before he was placed in that position.
Was he alert?
Yes, sir.
I was about oriented.
Yes, sir.
What did he request of you?
To stand him up and uncuff him.
What was his pulse like?
I didn't get a physical pulse on him.
Could you tell by whether he had a good pulse or not based upon your interaction with him?
Yes, sir. Just by his movements, I can tell that he had a good pulse. He was able to move all of his limbs on his own, so that tells me that he has a good pulse.
Did you learn how he obtained the facial and head injuries that you just described?
I was told that he ran, and that from the police officers, and that when they got to, I assumed that he was tackled, just consistent with the injuries that I noticed, because they had to stop him from running from him.
What about any pepper spray?
I did hear from when we were at the scene at Ross and Rains, Officer Hemphill said that there was pepper spray that was used on that scene. That's what inclined me to think that pepper spray was probably used on him.
Did you smell any pepper spray there at Fair Creek and Hasselbeck?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you examine his pupils?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe his pupils?
His pupils were pinpoint.
And what did the pinpoint pupils indicate to you and cause you to do?
They indicated to me that he was under the influence of some sort of drug, and so it caused me to call for an ambulance.
Why call for an ambulance since you're an EMT?
To get a higher level of care to the scene, such as a paramedic.
Did that occur?
Yes, sir.
Who was the paramedic that arrived with the ambulance?
Yes, sir. That was a paramedic, Jesse Guy.
Paramedic has more training than an EMT.
Yes, sir.
Who else arrived with the ambulance?
His partner, the EMT, Jalen Jones.
Did Mr. Nichols' condition change from alert and oriented while you were there with him?
Yes, sir.
How did it change?
He went from alert to sorry, trying to get my words together here. He went from alert to responsive to painful stimuli.
Okay, and for those of us who have no medical training, starting with your question, what does responsive to pain mean?
So what we'll do as an EMT is causes like either a muscle jerk, and that tells it that they're responsive to pain. If they didn't react at all, then it's unresponsive.
Okay, so upon arrival, he's alert and oriented, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stays that way for several minutes.
Yes, sir.
And he's that way when you called for the ambulance?
Alert?
Alert Norton.
Yes, sir.
Ambulance call was because of the pinpoint pupil?
Yes, sir.
Describe the time frame between his status changing to responsive to pain and the arrival of paramedic guy in the ambulance.
I'm not exact on how long it took. I think it was maybe when I did my sternal rub, maybe around 30 seconds to 45 seconds, because they were coming up as I was doing my sternal rub.
So the change in status to responsive to pain is within seconds of paramedic arrival. Is that 30 to 45 seconds is your best guess, a year or 2 years later?
Yes, sir, if I had to estimate.
Upon arrival, did paramedic guy take over the medical care?
Yes, sir.
At that time, did you go get the oxygen bag?
Yes, sir.
The oxygen bag was back at the engine on Ross Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
Until then, Mr. Nichols had not been administered oxygen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, Mr. Nichols leaves Castlegate and Bear Creek in the ambulance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who drove the ambulance?
I drove the ambulance, sir.
And where did you drive it?
I took it to St. Francis Park off of 5959 Park Avenue under the guidance of the paramedic.
St. Francis Hospital here in Memphis, Tennessee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was seated in the passenger seat during that drive?
A police officer was in the passenger seat. I didn't catch a name.
Do you recall if he was a big, heavy-set guy?
He was a little bit on the more built side. He did have a beard and he had a beanie on.
Do you recall whether he had any hair?
He had facial hair, but he had a beanie on over his head. It had MPD on it.
Do you know if that was Officer Mills?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know the names of the officers.
Who was in the back of the ambulance with Mr. Nichols?
It was paramedic Jesse Guy. It was advanced EMT Michael Sandridge and EMT Jalen Jones.
What did you learn about Mr. Nichols' condition when you arrived at St. Francis Hospital?
When I arrived and started to unload Mr. Nichols out of the back of the ambulance, when I opened the doors, I noticed that the Lucas device, which is it does the compressions in CPR, was attached to him, and so that told me that he went to cardiac arrest.
Had you been aware he was in cardiac arrest prior to, well, when you left the scene at Bear Creek and Castlegate? Was, to your knowledge, was Mr. Nichols in cardiac arrest when he was put in the ambulance at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
No, sir.
What did you do upon arrival at St. Francis Hospital?
I parked the ambulance at the ambulance bay, got out and opened back doors to start unloading Mr. Nichols out of the back of the ambulance, and then wheeled him inside with my paramedic, my advanced EMT, and the EMT. I believe the officer went inside with us, but I'm not too sure. I was just focused on bringing the patient inside, and we brought him inside through the double doors and then wheeled him into one of the trauma rooms.
transfer care to the Saru personnel.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have a moment, Your Honor. Sir. I pass the witness, Your Honor. All right. Just
Just a moment, John. Court's adjourned. I think earlier, the court stopped the recording. Might have stopped the volume.
it's disconnected. I'll check.
Now, Mr. Stinkle, precious disconnected his device. Mr. Long, my name is Martin Zumak. I represent Justin Smith. Justin, could you stand up a minute? Name look familiar to you?
No, sir. I mean,
Was there a police officer on the scene that night that carried on more than one or two or three conversations with you regarding the oxygen level of Tyre Nichols while you were supposedly there giving him treatment?
It's not that I recall. I remember somebody saying something while I was looking for the ambulance crew, but as far as like multiple times, not that I recall.
Do you remember a Memphis police officer saying, "Hey, do you have one of those baggy things you can put on his face?" You remember that?
No, sir.
I'm going to go to the Mills body camera, starting at 20:50:05. If you could, sir, do you see yourself in that image?
Yes, sir, I do.
My body's at 100%. No matter where I go in the video, there's no audio. And mine's not on mute, but 100%. I don't know what else I can do, Judge. Well, I'd like to play it off mine. We should be able to play it off this laptop if I'm connected, right, Judge?
And you notice this morning, we had 3 different computers that have not had the ability to make sound. There's something going on. It might, maybe that needs to be somebody that is out with the equipment itself.
It's not a system in the courtroom. Your computer is just casting.
I'm going to disconnect mine.
I'm
I'm going to disconnect
But
mine.
I don't know.
We're connected because the video's coming up. It's the audio sound. There's something that is disconnected with that's somehow stopping the sound because it did it on this one, it did it on his, and it did it on this one. Now,
So I'm saying though, it's, you may need to switch your audio feed on your laptop. And then be able to switch the speakers on the TV.
I understand that, Sean. This is, I think, the third time I've operated the video and I had audio.
We have an expert that is just great at this, Mr. President.
Graciously.
Now we jump into it. We try to connect. I turned mine off. Yeah.
So I get to that. Let's let him do it.
Right. I'm going to try to connect that shit. Okay. Your Honor, in order to try to save the court's time, I'll ask questions while we're doing that. Is that okay? Okay, we'll do it that.
Ladies and gentlemen, anybody need a break? It appears this may take a little bit longer than we anticipated, so we're gonna go ahead and allow you all to step out, take a break, and hopefully when y'all come back in, we'll have some.
welcome back. We have seemed to have resolved our audio technical difficulties, so we're going to keep our fingers crossed and not touch too many things and see if we can keep it going. We'll go ahead and just resume.
All right. When we left off, I'd asked you if you recognize that fellow, if anybody or a TMPD officer had said anything to you about oxygen levels. In other words, Tyre Nichols, his O2 levels look low. His O2 is getting lower. You recall conversations like that?
I recall one of them saying that, does he look all right? As far as like O2, asking about O2 levels, I don't recall hearing anything about that.
All right. I think we back into it another. You, on direct examination, at least the way I took your answer, was that you were called out on this dispatch to treat Mr. Hemphill for pepper spray. Did I misunderstand your answer about what the purpose of your arriving at Rains and Ross Road was?
No, sir.
I didn't misunderstand what you said.
No, sir.
When the dispatch to your fire station came in, tell me if I'm wrong, they didn't tell you who your patient was. They just said you had a chemical spray incident at Rains and Ross Road. Is that right?
No, sir. When it came over the loudspeaker, it says assault, and then it tells us the location of what equipment is going. So in this case, it was assault, and it was the intersection of Rains and Ross Road, and our engine company that was responding. And then on the inside of the cab, we have a mobile data transmitter, which is our computer that's inside the piece of equipment. Dispatch can put notes in that dispatch log, and in the log it said police officer sprayed by. He told us that there was at another location that there was an incident that took place. That there's another suspect over there, but for us it's patient.
But you called him another patient?
That they told us that he told us that there's another patient down the street from us, but we were originally dispatched to Ross Road in Rains.
You keep using the word another patient. So were you being led to believe by someone that there were two patients, one cop, one suspect, or two incidents? Or what were you being led to believe, and by whom?
It was two separate incidents. When the first incident we were dispatched to was Ross Road in Rains. That was the incident we were initially dispatched. We didn't find out about a second incident until after our interaction with Officer Hemphill.
And did Hemphill also tell you that the suspect had been tased?
He said that the tasers were deployed and that OC spray was used.
And did he say that they had been fighting with the suspect? I think he used the word fighting with the suspect.
To my knowledge, he said that that they were in an altercation with him. As far as like currently, I didn't know like if they were still having an altercation down the street or just at that scene.
Yeah, but I'm only talking about Hemphill because Hemphill's not at the other scene. Did Hemphill tell you that that the suspect or someone, a patient, had been tased, had been sprayed, and had been in an altercation with the cops? Did Hemphill tell you or lead you to believe those things?
It led me to believe that taser was used, OC spray was used, and that the suspect took off.
Okay. Now, you then went down to Bear Creek and Castlegate, and I'm going to be playing for you a body-worn camera of Officer Mills that I have coordinated with the District Attorney's Office starting at 2050:03. If you could, 1, cross your fingers, 2, watch the video. time this is going on, about how long have you been standing around, your best estimate? Been standing around there with the patient? Because the patient's at your feet, just out of view, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
About how long have you been standing there?
If I had to guess, maybe 3 minutes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, that's you on the left, and I would offer to you, see the black fella with the hoodie on and a baseball cap, and he's got white bottom tennis shoes. You see that fellow that's handing you something?
Yes, sir.
I would offer to you, and I think there's no dispute, that is Justin Smith, who I introduced you to earlier. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where is Mr. Tyre Nichols at this point in your treatment?
After
At this point, where is he?
he's still sitting next to the patrol car.
And you've told me that Hemphill told you there was a taser used and OC spray used. And then you've told us that you got off your fire truck and you grabbed your trauma bag. Isn't it Memphis Fire Department policy to not only get the trauma bag for someone who has trauma, bleeding, injury, and also get your what's called a green bag, which is a small oxygen canister? Isn't that the procedure and policy of the Memphis Fire Department when you get off your truck?
Yes, sir, but it's under the guidance of the highest level of care on the
So it's somebody else's fault. You didn't get the green bag.
I was just instructed by my highest level of care to bring the blue bag.
You're an EMT, right?
Yes, sir.
Emergency medical technician. At this point in your treatment, or treatment under the care of your senior person, has it crossed your mind at this point in the treatment that this patient may need oxygen?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play at 205021. Are you and the other fellow, the senior fellow, are y'all providing any medical care right now?
Just observe, just overwatching and make sure that he doesn't harm himself.
Have you or the other EMT, have y'all laid hands on the patient yet?
Yes, sir, we have.
You have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, mark that time. 8:50 p.m. You are testifying that you have laid hands and begun treatment on the patient, but now you're just observing. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
Well, you volunteered. I didn't ask anything, but since you did volunteer, I need to ask you. So because you hear sirens coming from some direction, you're going to not treat anymore?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't know what you meant by volunteering that. But you're saying you hear the ambulance coming. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See the man in white tennis shoes?
Yes, sir.
Right here, what are you looking for?
His wallet, so police can have his ID.
All right, thank you. What did you just ask Sanders for?
I don't recall. I wasn't able to hear it in the video.
Has an O2, you an O2 monitor is?
Yes, sir.
Measures oxygen rate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has an O2 monitor been placed on the patient as of right now?
No, sir.
Has a blood pressure cuff or any type of monitoring equipment at all been placed on the patient at this point?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it, Mr. Stegel. I'm starting back up at 205209. Which one of y'all are observing Tyre right now?
Off screen, but I'm facing towards him.
Oh, just got to see. Is that Nichols' feet flopping around now? He's rolled over on his left side.
Yes, sir.
Did you say earlier that you heard the ambulance siren? Where'd he go?
We can hear it from a long distance away. It wasn't close enough, but we could hear it coming.
Is that Mr. Nichols lifting and trying to lift himself back up?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you meant when you put in your report that he was alert and oriented?
I didn't fill the report out, sir.
Somebody else.
As far as like the EPCR, no, sir, I didn't fill that out. But my grand jury, yes, sir. This is prior to the assessment for alert and oriented was prior to this.
I hear sirens now. Do you?
Yes, sir. They're a little bit closer at this point.
Yeah. Is that Mr. Nichols now rolled over on his left side?
Yes, sir.
Now he's on his back,
Yes, sir.
rolling on his right side.
Yes, sir.
And where are you?
I'm still standing off screen looking at him.
Well, I'm not a doctor or anything. How's that man supposed to be able to breathe? He's laying flat on his back or rolling around on the concrete.
He can still breathe if his airway, if he has his neck up, he can still breathe. It's not obstructing his airway.
You did check his airway?
He's able to move around on his own, and he's able to move air.
Is your position because he's moving, he must be breathing?
Jose, he's got a good pulse and to be able to move on his own. It would be able to. I'm not just an EMT. I'm just very basic of it.
All right, let me move on. 2054 Oak Forest, Oak Ridge. What did somebody just ask you?
Is he all right?
You don't recognize the voice, so I'm not going to ask him. Was it a cop or a fire department man that said that?
It wasn't either one of our witnesses, it was a police officer.
Same voice said what?
I didn't catch it.
I'll replay. At 20:54:53, a voice that you said is not a fire department person said, "He all right?" You heard that, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall someone asking you there that night with your own independent memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play, and that same voice asked a follow-up question. If you could please listen. Did you hear that?
It was very quiet. I still didn't catch it.
Did it sound like you sure? You sure? You sure?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you recall that of your own independent recollection that night, where somebody says, "Is he all right?"
I remember that, yes, sir.
And did you answer that question when that cop asked you that question?
No, sir. I believe I started moving towards the patient and started doing my sternal rub.
But you didn't answer the question of the cop.
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
Before we go any further, what's your understanding of who is responsible for medical care once you arrive on an active scene in the city of Memphis working for the Memphis Fire Department? Who's in charge of the medical care of whatever patient, whatever suspect, whatever heart attack victim? When you arrive at a crime scene or a police-involved scene, who is in charge of the medical treatment there on that scene?
The highest level of care.
Elmer Fudd language.
In this case, it was the advanced EMT. The highest level of care assumes the primary care of each and every patient on every scene, regardless of what the scene is.
Then you were not number one guy. You were what, number two guy?
Yes, sir.
And what is the number two guy's role?
The EMT's role, as far as assisting the higher level of care, is considered the gopher. So and what I mean by that is that if the advanced EMT needs something brought to the scene that wasn't initially brought to the scene, the advanced EMT advises the EMT to go grab that said piece of equipment while he can maintain patient care.
Okay, thank you for that. And the senior EMT, I think you called him, I could be wrong, that was the black fellow named Sanders, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were the number two man, or as you say, the gopher, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So if Tyre Nichols was getting no care, no basic life support care, you're telling us and the jury that it's Sanders' responsibility, not yours. Is that what you're telling us?
That as far as I don't assume primary care, even if he doesn't completely terminate care, and he would have to relay that to his partner. If he doesn't give me any signs, I wouldn't know.
Isn't Tyre Nichols giving you and Sanders the signs that he is struggling there at the scene? Or are you just going to sit there and say, well, I'm going to wait till Sanders tells me to do something? Is that what your position was that night?
No, sir.
Well, then what was it? You're an EMT hired by this fire department to provide medical care at a secondary gopher level or whatever to victims in Memphis. Who was taking care of Tyre Nichols while he was laying on the ground?
It was the advanced EMT. He was
Advanced EMT. All right. I'll move on here. That's the advanced EMT with his hands in his pocket.
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that bag that the advanced EMT is moving?
That would be the cardiac monitor.
So the cardiac monitor has not been unboxed or unpackaged as of this time?
It was unpackaged and he repackaged it back up earlier in the video.
Okay. Moving on at 20:55:10. So he sets the bag down. I'm sure somebody here will be interested. Was that a cop or a fireman that asked, do you have an ETA on? Sitting him on his butt?
He was already sitting up. I had the other officer help me lift him up, and then I continued to administer sternal rubs.
We're about to get to the officer setting him up. But as it stands right now, Tyre Nichols is not sitting up in a recovery position, is he? He's laying flat on the concrete.
Not that I recall. It's hard to see from this angle of it.
Well, you did see him flopping around on the concrete on his side and on his back and on the left. You did see that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And are you trying to say that Mr. Nichols was able to put himself back up against the car?
No, sir.
Okay. So if Mr. Nichols gets put in a medical recovery position, Mr. Nichols is not going to be able to do it himself, can he?
No, sir.
And so you just heard a voice, and I'm asking you, was it a cop or was it a fireman that said, get him on his butt? Who is that? Was it a cop or a fireman?
That was a police officer.
Why is a police officer telling you to put your patient in the recovery position?
My advanced EMT stepped off, and I was going to maneuver to the other side and get an officer to help me lift him up.
All right, let's watch that. Is that same officer with the baseball hat on?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then there's another police officer there helping him, is that right?
On the other side of him, sir?
I'll rewind in a second. I'm at 20:55:29.
Yes, sir.
Now the sternal rub occurs, right?
No, sir. Prior to lifting him up, I did another sternal rub. That's where I was saying, hey, man, prior to us moving, I did a sternal rub there. He responded to pain. And then even here, he responded to pain.
Where's the advanced EMT that you report to at this point? Providing medical care.
I don't know where he went off to.
All right, not a doctor, but if you do a sternal rub on somebody for 15 seconds, is that because the person is gone what otherwise might be referred to as non-responsive?
I did it multiple times, and then he responded to I believe the third initial time that I did the sternal rub, he responded to pain.
Okay, you must have missed my point. Do you do sternal rubs on people that are responsive and breathing and healthy?
No, sir.
You do sternal rubs on someone who's non-responsive or unconscious to see if that will stimulate pain so that they'll jerk around, right?
Yes, sir.
So you've now told us you've done 2 or 3 sternal rubs on this guy. I'm asking you, that was because Mr. Nichols was unresponsive and looked unconscious, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, has it crossed your mind to put this man on oxygen?
Yes, sir. Now, at this point, it did. Yes, sir.
But where's your oxygen bag?
On the piece of equipment.
What, a block up the road?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 20:56:25. more sternal rub, isn't it? That you're doing?
Yes,
Did
sir.
you see Mr. Nichols speak to me? That's
Yes,
more
sir.
sternal rub, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I don't see anybody going to get an oxygen bag.
My advanced EMT hadn't returned back to me yet at this point.
Earlier when I asked you where he went, you said you didn't know where he went. So are you trying to tell us now that you figured out that he must have gone back for the oxygen bag?
No, sir. That's just, he hasn't came back to where we were. At this point, I still don't know where he's at.
Okay. Hit and play again at 205644. Did you hear what that black officer with a baseball hat just told you? Did you hear what he just told you?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
What is his oxygen?
I'll play it again for you. Did he say his oxygen is low?
Still hard for me to hear.
Do you have any independent recollection that night that black officer with a baseball hat on said something about his oxygen level being low? Because when I first started asking these questions, you said you don't remember any cop saying anything to you about oxygen. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Is that advanced EMT Sanders that I see moving around behind the black cop?
Yes, sir.
So he's come back.
Yes, sir.
Did he bring the green bag with him?
No, sir.
So when you saw that he didn't bring the oxygen bag back with him, did you run to go
Yes.
get the oxygen bag?
Yes, sir, I did.
Hold that thought. You hear what that black cop just said? He said he's got low oxygen. Did you hear that?
I heard it. Yes, sir.
Oh. So that's at least 3 times I've heard the same officer with the black baseball hat on say something about low oxygen to you.
I was getting tube bag at this point. I ran into the paramedic.
Do you think
Based
you're
on
about to get an
knowledge.
oxygen bag?
Yes, sir. I know at one point I did.
Let's see if this refreshes your recollection. When the ambulance arrived, the man in charge, I think his name was Guy, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
The head paramedic on that vehicle told you to go get the stretcher, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You've testified that when you went to go get the stretcher, you took the green bag, the oxygen bag, for the first time off and put it on the stretcher. Do you recall testifying to that?
I put it on the ground.
I'm sorry. Beg your forgiveness. You put it on the ground. And when you went to roll the stretcher away, you said that your Lieutenant Whitaker, for some reason, had taken the oxygen bag and put it back on the truck. Do you recall testifying that way?
Yes, sir.
So even after the ambulance got there, even after you went to get the green bag and instead came back with a stretcher, you still didn't come back with a green bag, did you?
The back of the stretcher has an O2 bottle and nasal cannulas and non-rebreathers on the back of them.
All right. Judge, I'm going to go through this portion of the video because this is the visit now. All right, let me go to Mr. Beans's. Were y'all able to find it? That's okay. Now, no, hold on. May I speak with co-counsel, my client from Underground? Okay. Okay. Y'all like using it? So we
only? As you were taking-
I'm through.
Okay. Is your co-counsel?
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
All right.
Barry, you're up.
Yes.
You said that you remember riding to the St. Francis Hospital,
Yes, sir.
and you said you remembered a gentleman with a MPD, I think you call him Bean or hat,
Yes, sir.
and if Tadarrius Bean stand up, you remember seeing a face that would have been in the passenger seat of that ambulance?
Yes, sir. He looks familiar.
Does that look familiar? He
Yes,
looks
sir.
familiar,
Yes, sir.
but you didn't know him by name or anything that night.
No, sir.
But if I attended to you that that was the person in that vehicle, would you disagree with that?
No, sir.
It looks like it. in other
Yes, sir.
words. And do you remember him at any point doing anything to obstruct the ability to administer care to Mr. Nichols, who would have been in the back of the ambulance?
No, sir. Not that I recall. No,
He
sir.
didn't- he didn't
Not
get
well.
it?
He was in the front of the ambulance, so no, sir.
Right. And when you would have seen him at the hospital, was he in the way?
No, sir.
And when you were on that scene, did he actually try to do anything to obstruct you from the care that you were trying to administer at that time?
No, sir. The first time I saw him was actually in the unit.
All right.
We call ambulances units, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna use that synonymously.
And so on the scene, did you ask him any questions about the condition of Mr. Nichols?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall asking him anything about what would have happened on the scene prior to you arriving?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
Now, you would have been a level of care higher than Tadarrius Bean as it related to healthcare, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had actually had training in the military, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, a few weeks before January 7, 2023, you just got back from Djibouti, Africa, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have actually seen people injured, correct?
No, sir.
You've never seen anybody injured?
Prior to on Memphis fire, or
Yes.
oh, yes, sir.
And prior to the experience on that night, in other words, you've seen injuries before.
Yes, sir.
And you've asked people about what happened to this person on this particular scene at different occasions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular evening, and I know in a few minutes you might be asked questions about what was said to you one way or the other. If you had questions about this person who you're observing, according to what you testified to earlier, you did see blood, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did see contusion to the head, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did see the person laid up against a vehicle and moving around, right?
Yes, sir.
You asked questions of the person that you had a conversation with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular scene, there was nothing that you asked any of the officers regarding what happened on that scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't ask about what happened as it relates to how did this person get in this condition? What was he doing? Was he trying to run from you? Any of those types of questions, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your questions and what you did were based on your experience, right?
Yes, sir.
And according to your testimony, and I think your grand jury testimony as well, the higher or ranking level of care on that scene that particular evening was Mr. Sandridge, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sandridge, did you hear him asking any of those type of questions that I just asked you if you asked?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
You didn't hear him asking anything about what happened on that scene? How did he get in a particular condition? Nothing like that, right?
No, sir.
Now, when you gave your grand jury testimony, you're in the room with people that are only from the government, right?
That's my assumption. I don't know personnel.
You see any of us in the room with you?
No, sir.
We weren't asking you questions like right now, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been asked questions over at the grand jury and in that building a few different times, right?
Yes, sir.
But as it relates to what happened on that particular scene, on that particular night, none of these officers did anything to obstruct your ability to do your job. Yes or no? Did they obstruct you?
And as far as like knowing like which officers were where, no, sir. Not that I'm not. I know there was officers like constantly going throughout the scene, but as far as like knowing who they were, I don't know.
Let me ask you this way. Tadarrius Bean, did he stop you from your ability to render care?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge. No, sir.
He didn't leave your bag on the truck or anything like that, right?
No, sir.
and he didn't stop you from your ability to go get your bag or do whatever you needed to do as you were asked questions by Mr. Zilla regarding going back and forward to the truck that you were there on, or the engine that you were there on, he didn't obstruct you,
No,
right?
sir.
And you got there because police officers told you all where to go, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once you got there, nobody did anything to stop you from doing your job. They had MPD on their badge, or on their chest.
And not that as far as like these officers go, not to my knowledge as far as these officers.
And more precise, one more time before I sit down, Tadarrius Bean, he didn't stop you, and you recognize him from riding to the hospital in the same vehicle with Mr. Tadarrius Bean, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
This scene that you responded to is a lot different than other scenes you've been on, right?
Very different. Yes, sir.
Tell me what you mean by that.
This is the most chaotic scene that I've ever responded to, and it was my first day back prior, and I've only had a year on the street prior. This and that. As far as like I've interacted with MPD before, and it was just not. It just felt different as far as being on that scene.
About the way the officers were acting,
A little bit, yes, sir.
about the way they were treating you.
As far as like pepper spray, taser, the information that was given, that's all the information I had.
All you were told was pepper spray, taser, and you ran from the police, right?
Yes, sir.
How many of the police officers, including Mr. Bean, ever told you that he had received impact to the head?
None.
No.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
How many told you that, in fact, he had been kicked really, really hard?
Not to my knowledge, sir. No, sir.
Or that he'd been kicked again in the head?
Yeah, I wasn't given that information.
Or he'd been hit with 5 haymakers to the head?
I wasn't given that information.
Or that he had been hit twice while he was down after all of that?
And that wasn't given to me.
You were given information that he looked high or he was acting high, right?
Yes, sir.
Like the drugs?
Yes, sir.
And that information, did it influence the care that you gave him?
Yes, sir.
If you had been told that he had received devastating head blows, would that have impacted the care you give him?
Yes, sir.
But you weren't given that information.
No, sir, I was not.
But you did give him.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that could also correlate with significant neurological brain damage, like the shifting of brain tissue?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. He's not qualified. He's not a medical doctor. He testified as to
Under, we can approach.
I said his testimony was that it was indicative of being high. He didn't give a conclusory answer to that regarding whether or not he had been. He said that's what the issue was. Now, he's asking him about neurological shifting of the brain, et cetera. He's not qualified to do that. He's not even qualified, according to him, to get a bag off the truck without somebody telling him. So he definitely can't answer this question about neurological deficits.
My question was not about neurological deficits. My question was about the pinpoint pupils and whether that could be a sign of neurological damage. Counsel asked if the pinpoint pupils could be a sign of drug use. He's qualified to answer that. Now he's been asked if pinpoint pupils can indicate neurological brain damage, and he's qualified to answer that, and he answered that.
If the witness knows the answer, the court will allow him to answer the question.
You answered that question, right?
Yes, sir.
If you had been told about impacts to the head, there's medical stuff you could have done, right?
Like for impacts to the head, as far as like internal injuries, no, sir.
Not asking if you could perform surgery. Are there things you could have done out there different had you known that there were significant impacts to his head?
Yes, sir.
For instance,
C-collar, C-spine.
and what's a C-collar?
It's a neck brace that holds your cervical vertebrae, which is the upper vertebrae in your spine. It holds it in place to keep you from moving your neck and further injuring yourself.
And is that important when you have neurological damage like that?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever ask to have the patient unhandcuffed?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was the patient unhandcuffed?
No, sir.
Do you remember who you asked about unhandcuffing the patient?
I remember asking one of the police officers. I don't have a name to be able to.
So to be
relate to
fair, you do not know if it was one of these police officers or not.
No, sir.
But did you ask the police officers to unhandcuff the patient?
Yes, sir.
Was that granted or denied?
It was denied.
Did that hinder your ability to do what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
That's all my questions.
Thank
Mr. Long, when you were at Castlegate and Bear Creek, January 7th, 2023, did you know about any punches to the head?
No, sir.
Did you know about any kicks anywhere on the body?
No, sir.
Did you know about the use of an baton?
No, sir.
Had you been there and seen that?
Like, I'm sorry. Where are you at? Like, if I was arrived earlier to the scene.
You didn't see any kicks to Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't see the use of an baton on Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't see any punches to Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
So if you weren't, it's because you weren't there when that occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you're not there, you have to be told, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you weren't there when punches were thrown, you can't tell an EMT about it, correct?
I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question.
If Demetrius Haley was not present to observe punches, he couldn't tell you about it, correct?
No, I think that requires speculation. I think this is projections or speculation.
I'll withdraw the question. But Haley, would you stand up for me? Do you recall seeing Officer Haley at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know names, or at that time I didn't know names or
The
who they
gentleman
looked
who was
like.
just standing, stand up again, Mr. Haley. Do you recognize the gentleman standing as having been at Castlegate and Bear Creek that night?
I don't know who police officers were there. As far as like the names of the police officers that are there, like I can see them here now, but as far as like being able to, I can give you a description of them, but as far as like seeing them, I couldn't tell you if I saw them or not, if I recall seeing them there or not.
Okay. So the gentleman who was just standing that I referenced right now is Demetrius Haley. Do you recall him being at Castlegate and Bear Creek January 7th, 2023?
No, sir, I don't recall.
And you were previously you were asked by Mr. Hagerman questions about if you had known about punches or kicks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what you would have done differently was put the C collar on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else different.
I would have done a lot more differently. as far as like my care, like probably try cutting his clothes off, trying to get him to where he's we call it trauma naked. So cutting his clothes off down to his undergarments, and then to where we can expose the body to be able to see any physical damage.
And you would have done that if you had known about kicks or punches, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you have done it if Advanced EMT Sandridge had not told you to do it?
I'm sorry. As in, like, if he told me not to do it or told me
No,
to do it.
if he had not instructed you to do that,
If
you
I
still have done it.
if I found out that information, I still would have done it.
So that's unlike when Mr. Sumac was asking you questions about your care, and you said that's up to Advanced EMT Sandridge. He was in charge of the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
One reason you didn't go get an oxygen bag back at the truck a block away for so long is because Advanced EMT Sandridge had not told you to do it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was in charge of the scene.
Yes, sir.
But if you know about kicks or punches, then you'd have been in charge of cutting clothes off.
Well, I wouldn't have been in charge of it, but if he knew the information as well, then our care would have been different from just thinking it's an overdose.
Do you recall testifying under oath before a federal grand jury?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall being asked whether any officer on the scene told you that Mr. Nichols had been punched? And you said no to the prosecutor.
Yes, sir. I said no.
You were being questioned by a female prosecutor, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your answer was actually no, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I said no, ma'am.
And then you were asked whether any officer on the scene told you that Nichols had been kicked. And you said no, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then you were asked whether any officer told you that Mr. Nichols had been struck with an acid baton. And again, no, ma'am, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then, if anybody had given you that information, how would it have affected your care? You were asked, right?
Yes, sir.
Your answer, with my scope, I would have been able to tell to be able to do, that would make it a little more sense with the injuries, because we were trying, the entire time we were trying to figure out how he ended up this way. He was still fine and talking to us the entire time, but that would have definitely changed how I would have approached the scene and would have been a little more assertive with the police on they needed to take the cuffs off of him. So you were not assertive in trying to get the cuffs off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the cuffs were taken off when paramedic guy got there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were asked, were there any other ways that it would have changed the care you provided? Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
And your answer, with what I can do, probably would have put a C collar on him if I knew that information. Other than that everything else would have gone outside of my scope, and I can't do that. Is that your answer?
Yes, sir. At the time, that was my answer.
Okay, and do you recall the date of your grand jury testimony as March 7th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
So it was about 2 months after this incident, January 7th, 2023, out on Cascade and Bear Creek, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never said you would do anything different other than put the C collar on, correct?
In the grand jury, yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked, what else would you have done? advanced EMT Sandridge never instructed you to do anything like that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that night, you took no initiative that Sandridge didn't instruct you to, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
If I'm gonna have a moment. Ask the witness.
I'm gonna have to take a moment, Your Honor, based upon, an answer that was given. I'm gonna have to get into Bean's body worn camera, Bean body worn camera number 2 at 20:57:41. Roku TV or Samsung or TV. No, we no longer have that.
Today we're announcing that
along. Okay, remember when I first played the video for you? One of the guys with the baseball hat says, "What's the guy's name?" He says, "Nichols." "What's his first name?" "Tyre." You remember that exchange that was going on?
Yes, sir.
And that's when we stopped. Okay, but then I heard you testify that when the officers were asked to remove the handcuffs, they didn't do it. Did I hear you right?
Yes, sir.
And we've watched your treatment. We've watched your treatment of Tyre Nichols up until this point, because this is when we stopped before, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. By the way, the man that just came on the scene is the ambulance fella, right?
Yes, sir.
You hear that man, what he asked him?
No, sir, I didn't.
I'll play it again. I will suggest to you, says, we get somebody with the handcuffs off. Before I ask my next question, where were you during this sequence?
Getting the stretcher from the ambulance.
Right. So how is it you're able to testify that when you asked, or when the cops were asked to remove the handcuffs, they refused?
Your Honor, this is when he was asked to remove the handcuffs, not the cops.
Okay. So is it your sworn testimony today that you asked any of these police officers to remove handcuffs?
I don't remember if I asked any of these police officers, but I asked a police officer.
And what did they say to you?
They didn't confirm or deny that they would, but they didn't make any motion to remove the handcuffs at all.
Okay, this is a 2058-09. You agree with me, handcuffs are being unlocked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. You passed it.
Yeah, I'm not just saying I closed the lid.
It's all right. I got to ask you to follow up. That, those questions came from the camera, the body-worn camera, of a person named Tadarrius Bean. Mr. Bean, once again, stand up. Now, do you remember during that particular video seeing a person unlocking the handcuffs?
I can't testify to that. I was still on scene, but I was away from where that interaction took place. I was down grabbing the stretcher off the ambulance.
Right. So when they were asked on camera whether or not to unlock a video, you wouldn't have been there to see Mr. Bean unlock, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, do you remember specifically ever asking Tadarrius Bean to unlock the handcuffs?
The first time I saw it, he had actually recognized from sitting in this room now, the first time that I ever recognized him even being on the scene is from when we got in the ambulance together, from when he was in the front seat with me.
All right.
As far as like any other interaction, I didn't recognize who it was until seeing in this courtroom today, seeing him in the full, like just his familiar self sitting in the front seat with me.
And to be clear, you never remember him at all trying to do anything to obstruct your ability to get to Mr. Nichols. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And going back to the question that you asked from Mr. Hageman a few moments ago, you said something about a stabilization device. What did you call it?
We call it's interchangeable, C-spine or C-collar.
C-collar or C-spine. To your knowledge, and I guess based on your training, does that do anything to stop any brain swelling?
Not to my knowledge. Not what I know.
Does that do anything to help breathing?
It keeps the airway open, but it doesn't like force air. It just keeps the neck stabilized, so it's not giving oxygen or anything.
And consistent with your grand jury testimony, that's just about all that you would have done any different. Had you asked questions about what happened and had those questions said, well, this is what happened. That's what you would have done that would have been any different than what you already have testified that you did on that scene,
So
right?
during the grand jury testimony, yes, sir. However, I've done more like research just on my own, and it just came to a conclusion of what more I could have done.
Right. Now, and you did research on your own. Were you out there on January 7th doing research while you're on that scene?
No, sir.
And so you're saying that since you've been going to grand jury and being threatened to be prosecuted, et cetera, during those times you researched what could I have done differently?
No,
right?
sir. Just on my own accord, just going through and just trying to enhance.
I might have asked a question. It wasn't on that night though, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you're saying you did this, you researched this on your own after that particular night, right?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere between January 7th, I'm assuming maybe after March 7th, 2003, that's when you gave your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions also regarding, and I want to be precise about this, you said that you saw Mr. Nichols yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And you described seeing a head contusion, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also described seeing some blood in the mouth, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we got swelling, blood in the mouth, and you got clothing that looked like it had been at least disheveled, right?
Yes, sir.
And you saw these things yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, based off of your training, is that consistent necessarily with the person being pepper sprayed?
No, sir.
Based off of your training, is that consistent with a person who's being just tased?
Depending on how they fell, it could be, but to my mom, I'm not too sure of like how he was tased or what. So again, that could be a hit or miss with it, yes or no.
You were on that same scene where these officers were within feet of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you heard the conversations regarding the struggles that these officers had.
I don't recall hearing them.
You don't hear any of that, but you do recall what you saw, right?
Yes, sir.
Based off of the contusions, the blood that you saw, the disheveled clothes, it was consistent with a person having been in an altercation, more so than a person just on a regular arrest scene. Yes or no?
Yes, depending on how they fell, if they were like tackled, because they said that he ran from them. But if they tackled him, then yes. But the injuries could be from them being tackled and wrestling around to get the handcuffs on them. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish your answer.
But as far as like any like altercations and stuff, head, depending on how he fell, he could have a head contusion, he could bust his nose, and he could get a busted lip. But as far as other knowledge of like any altercations and stuff, I don't recall.
And so that conversation that we hear while you're out there, you weren't paying attention to that, right?
I didn't hear it, no, sir.
I got you. But you did observe, right?
Yes, sir.
And while you're on that particular scene, your care was limited to whatever Mr. Sandridge told you to do, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You described two different scenes, at least, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you said, and there was some confusion with the question before about whether or not there was two different people versus two different scenes. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
But there were two different scenes. You get to the first scene minutes before you got to the second scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to a white gentleman on that first scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you're talking to them, to that gentleman, you remember he had this conversation with you regarding what had happened. You remember him saying that the person had been tased?
Yes, sir.
Pepper sprayed?
Yes, sir.
And fighting with the officers?
Yes, sir.
So you remember that specifically from that first conversation that you'd had. It had just been moments before you go to the second scene, right?
Yes, sir.
So there is no mystery about what had gone on between first scene, second scene, and when you get there related to that particular suspect, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you did know that the person had been tased, pepper sprayed, and fighting with officers prior to any of this type of conversation regarding whether or not they told you X, Y, Z. You were told specifically that the person had been in an altercation with officers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But nothing at all about head trauma,
No, sir.
not a thing.
No, sir. Or use of asp or punching or anything like that. An altercation can go for like many things, with just pushing and stuff like that. That can be an altercation. Or yelling, that's an altercation.
The important part would have been the head trauma.
Yes, sir.
He asked you earlier, he was asking you earlier about a conversation that you did not hear. He was asking you didn't hear the conversation of the officers when you were treating the patient.
Yes, sir.
In particular, did you hear these officers talk about how many pieces they gave him?
No, sir. I didn't hear that.
So that conversation you just did.
No, sir. I didn't hear it.
That's all my questions.
Anything else? This witness.
Now you're on. Now you're on. Oh, yeah.
Those are all the questions we have for you. Step down before you go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, believe it or not, we've been going through some of these witnesses and going through the proof a little bit quicker than anticipated. We're going to go ahead and excuse you this evening. We're going to get started back up tomorrow with the continuation of the proof. We'll go ahead and excuse you, ask you to leave your notes in your chairs. Please do not discuss the case. We all have a good night.
Very good, you.
All right, jury's now out of the courtroom. Are there any matters that we need to take up before we adjourn? Are there any matters that we anticipate needing to take up before we start?
The audio.
If you all, when you all come in, if we can just figure out the audio so we can maybe not have these issues tomorrow, but we'll go ahead and adjourn for tonight, start trial tomorrow night.
All right, this court stands adjourned to tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Y'all know that's a lie, right? We just went through it this morning. We just went through this shit this morning. That's a lie. That shit, no. They started at 10:15 this morning. We had an hour delay. Nobody knows why we had an hour delay. We just know there was a delay. Yeah. Judge Jones never starts his court on fucking time, ever, never, ever. So, yeah, probably Kitty Coo. I don't know why I be scheduling the lives at like 9:05 and shit. I don't know why, because I know that they know that they asses ain't gonna show up on time. I thought they would have went later too. I thought it was going to be another 6 o'clock day. I ain't going to lie to you. I thought it was going to be another 6 o'clock day. And let's do a quick recap before I let y'all go. So on day 4, we had Justin Hemphill, who was the former MPD who started all this shit. I don't give a damn what nobody say. If it wasn't for Preston ass and if it wasn't for Haley, none of this shit would have happened. But hey, Preston because he wasn't at the scene of the actual beating, he skirted on by and didn't get charged. The only blow he got was he got fired, which I really wanted the DA to ask. Why? If you were so right that night, why did you get fired? And what policies did you break to get fired if you were so right that night? And remember, because he was on the stand, he can't perjure himself, so he would have to tell the truth that he lied on the police reports to cover up his buddies and them beating the shit out of Tyre that night, which there would have went his credibility, but DA didn't do that. So here we are. Then after Preston, we had Justin Riley. He testified that his vehicle was broken into and his school ID and credit card or his wallet and gun was taken. But there's no proof of Tyre swiping said cards. No gun was ever found, period. So, yeah. I whatever. Then we had Gregory Turner. He's an MPD officer, FT. Oh, shit. Hang on, y'all. Hang on. Somebody's calling me. I gotta step outside really quick, y'all. I'm gonna be right back. So I'm coming right back. So just hang tight for me. Zeus will keep y'all company. Ain't that right, Zeusy? No, Zeus is following me. Never mind, y'all. I'm sorry. Psych your mind, make a booty shine. He following me. Go, boy. Watch out. I'm trying to do something. Move. You cheating, motherfucker. You cheated. You cheated, Zeus. You got 4 legs. I got 2. You cheated, bro. Zeus whooping my ass at racing. All right. He did. He cheated. What? Bruh. Okay. Get down. Let me finish this. Let me finish. Okay. All right. My bad, y'all. We had Gregory Turner, who was Raines Precinct FTO, which is Field Training Officer. He testified on behalf of Haley, how he was a good dude, yada, yada. And basically, he's a man of God, all that good stuff. That's all they really asked him was about, basically character witness. So he didn't really offer anything of substantial value. In my opinion, he didn't. So then we had Kevion Taylor. Kevion, some of y'all was here earlier. You heard me say this. Kevion is a lawyer / pastor. So he's a liar and a pastor. Don't ask me how that works. I don't fucking know. I just live in Memphis. I don't know. I have no idea. But he testified on Tadarrius' behalf. Basically, he's a good man. That's my friend, yada, yada. So then we had Bryant McKinney. Bryant went to the MPD Academy, spoke for Tadarrius Bean, and his character witnessed basically how he's a good man and he has morals and he does the right thing all the time. Then we have Dr. Jane Turner. Dr. Jane, if y'all didn't catch her testimony, I highly suggest y'all going back and listening to hers because hers was very interesting. She admitted it was blunt force trauma. But the way she made it sound was like, for one, she tried to make it sound like the seizure is what caused his organs to fail. But she also made it seem like it was the hospital's fault that he died. She conceded that it was blunt force trauma, but she wouldn't concede on anything else. It was weird. It was weird. All of us is like, what the fuck? So if you concur, it was blunt, because they asked her, they said, well, do you confer with Dr. Ross? And she's like, yeah, I do. It was blunt force trauma. But she made it seem like it was either the seizure or the lack of care he received either from the EMTs, paramedics, or the hospital. How she worded it, and she wasn't up there long, but what she said was really, she created doubt. Let me put it like that. Then, of course, we had good old EMT, former EMT, Robert Long, Mr. Piece of Shit himself, and I'm sorry, I'm going to just say it. You, the other one, the third one, and your lieutenant who sat her ass in that motherfucking truck and never got out, not once, had no care in the world, and her ass was able to retire and keep her pension. Now, I'm going to have to go back because I missed a lot of Robert's testimony, so I'm going to have to go back tonight and listen. But there's nothing he could have said to make me feel like he didn't contribute. I don't care if you put it off on cops all damn day long. Well, he was handcuffed. I don't give a fuck what you say. You failed to render proper aid. You failed to do the ABCs of EMTs or and people forget my ass is kind of smart. Even though I talk ratchet as hell, I was going to med school. So to hear these paramedics say what they said, well, really EMT, because they're not fucking paramedics. They're not. Then yes, there is a difference between paramedics and EMTs. Because some people asked. Paramedics go to school longer than EMTs. EMTs can do a fast track through technical college. Paramedics, they take the long route. They also have the ability to do more life-saving measures, paramedics. They're also able to give certain medications and do certain procedures that said EMT wouldn't be able to do because they're not trained on it. Paramedics take longer. EMTs, fast track. And I was mind fucked when law enforcement doesn't even know the difference between paramedics and EMTs. That one really mind fucked me. Because when he said, no, I don't know the difference. What? How the fuck you been law enforcement 6 years and you don't know? I don't know how everybody that night had a lapse of judgment. I don't know how people standing around laughing, thinking shit is funny. I don't know how you can sit here and act like your inactions didn't help cause his death. Or actions, because some of y'all committed actions. It wasn't no fucking inaction. It was actions. Y'all beat the shit out of them, paramedics and EMTs, because both were on scene. You had EMTs and paramedics. It was 4 total. You had the lieutenant, you had a paramedic, and you had 2 EMTs. Not one of them rendered aid. Well, I asked for the handcuffs to be taken off. What the fuck? No, you demand. You demand. That's how I couldn't have been the EMT paramedic on scene. I couldn't have been. I would have caught a charge. I most absolutely would have caught a charge. And me and my lieutenant would have had a motherfucking knockdown drag out. I've went toe to toe with my bosses before. Y'all better ask about me. Anytime I've had a job, if I know it was wrong or if it was harmful or anything like that, and I know it could get me fucked off or my teammates fucked off, I'm speaking up. I'm not standing by watching the fallout. No, we gonna handle this shit right now, or we can motherfucking do it at the office afterwards. But what we not finna do is finna let a man die on my watch. That's what we not gonna do. Because I have done that. Like I said, I have went toe to toe with my bosses before. Me and my bosses had a screaming match in the middle of a damn store. You think I gave a fuck? No, because you're not going to run over me, first of all. Second of all, you not my motherfucking mama. Even my mama don't talk to me like that. I even remind my mama, I love you and all, but I'm grown. I know in your eyes, I will always be your little girl, but I'm grown. Talk to me like I'm grown. Not like I'm 7. Respect is earned, not given. So just standing by and letting your boss dictate to you what you finna do, and you see this man is fucked off, you see this man is barely breathing, you see this man damn near on death's doorstep, and you have no care in the world. Y'all are lucky y'all asses didn't get charged, honestly. I don't see how y'all skirted by, especially your funky ass lieutenant, because that bitch there, she should have been charged. She shouldn't have been able to retire, keep her pension, and go live her life. Fuck out of here. No, she shouldn't have been able to do that. Meanwhile, her underlings, every last one of them got fired. They tried to get their cert back. They fought to get their cert backs. They lost, but they fought because they were like, we were just doing what our lieutenant told us to do. And of course, no, Memphis Fire threw them under the bus. That was some whole shit too. I'm gonna be honest. Memphis Fire, that was whole shit. Even though, yes, they fucked up. They were trainees. They wasn't no experienced EMTs. They had just got out of school. But that's what happens. Your boss gets to walk away, no scratches on her, no nothing, no blemishes to her name whatsoever, no arrests, no charges, no failure to give, none of that. No, walks away, get her pension, gone about in the sunset, and live her life. She retired early. Meanwhile, those other three that was on scene. Now, one of them, like I said, was a paramedic, which is completely different. And that I don't know what happened with him, but I know what happened with Jamichael and Robert. They got fired, and their certs were taken. Absolutely. That was fuck shit. One band, one sound, as far as I'm concerned. One band, one sound. If one fuck up, then everybody across the board should have the same fucking sentence. Everybody. If they got fired, your ass should have got fired too, because you led them to that. What's the point of a leader if a leader just gonna back out and say, I ain't have nothing to do with that? That ain't no motherfucking leader in my eyes. That's coward ass shit. That's weak ass bitch shit and some more shit. And hoe shit. So I wonder, since they called Robert, I'm assuming that they're going to call Jamichael. Just like I'm assuming that they might call Martin. Although they're going to have to they're going to have to do something for Martin, because Martin is in big custody. He's locked up for bond violations. He's locked the fuck up right now. That's why he's not in court. Of course, Mills doesn't have to be in court either, because they've already pled. And like I said, with the Fed trial, with them pleading guilty to, lesser charges, the max that them two are facing, and what makes it even more fucked up, Mills and Martin were the main ones who were doing bogus ass shit, but they were able to plead out, facing a max of 15 years, but we won't know until after the state trial is done, because the judges in the Fed trial said that, or the sentencing wanted the state to be done so they could sentence. So I'm assuming that they're going to hit their asses with concurrent sentences and things like that. So I just hope they get hit with second degree, and I hope it sticks. And I don't want them filing they're going to file appeals. That's just automatic. Anybody that's on, murder charges and you get convicted, you filing appeals. About 15 of them motherfuckers if you can. So there's that. Get ready, because they're going to file appeals, or they're going to try to get somebody to pardon them or whatever. I've said this before and I'll say it again. If those cops are not found guilty of murder or manslaughter, I don't even know if people are going to be satisfied with the manslaughter, honestly. If they're not found guilty, God have mercy on Memphis. That's all I can say. God have mercy on Memphis. And I pray to God that the destruction is not on the level of like Seattle and other places we've seen get burned and looted and just basically just demolished. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. It's the fallout afterwards that I'm worried about, because if they're not convicted, Memphis is going to turn the fuck up and show they ass. And there's nothing none of us OGs, there's nothing none of us community leaders, none of us that speak out, there's nothing we're going to be able to do to stop that rage. Nothing. I don't give a fuck who you get down here. Ben Crump, I don't like his ass. The other one, Al, don't like his ass either. I don't give a fuck who you bring to Memphis to try to control it. You ain't. They ain't. I'm telling you what I know. If these motherfuckers want to burn Memphis down, they will. And ain't nobody gonna stop them. Sunday, because a lot of them, for one, let me put it in context. For one, we're talking about young people, okay? We're not talking about people my age, 30s, late 30s, early 40s, or the 50s, 60s. We're not talking about them. We're talking about these youngins that are coming up now. These are the main ones out here doing the crime right now. If they're shooting people in broad daylight, what the fuck you think they're going to do? What you think they're going to do? Mayor knows that. Paul Young knows this. But I haven't seen Paul take not one proactive step to try to help mitigate that pain and suffering. I haven't seen it. He knows this. But like I said, there's not going to be anything I can do. Community leaders, some of the biggest gang members that I know, there's nothing none of us going to be able to do to stop them. If they want to burn and loot this shit up, they will. You have to understand, young people do not think about, oh, this hurts my home. This hurts my environment. This can possibly take businesses out of Memphis and they never come back, because why would they take a loss fucking with us? They don't think like that, and they don't care. I'm going to be honest. They don't. They're crash dummies. They're selfish. A lot of them don't even give a fuck about Tyre. I'm going to be honest about that. What they care about is the looting and destroying shit and say they got something for free. That's what they care about. They don't give a fuck about Tyre and what happened to him. They kill each other every fucking day. A man could have a baby in his hands. That actually happened 3 or 4 weeks ago. Watched it. Literally watched it on camera. They pulled up in broad daylight, shot his ass with his baby in his arms. Luckily, he survived, and luckily the baby survived, but they did that shit in broad daylight. So if they don't give a fuck about kids or people their age, you think they're going to give a fuck about a business? You think they're going to give a fuck about a Walmart, a Mapco, a Target? You think they're going to give a fuck about that? No. They're crash dummies. There's a reason why we call them that. They don't think. They're not smart. Some of them probably are smart. They're just dumber than a box of rocks because they're looking at the right now. They're not looking at long term. They're not looking at how this can fuck our city up and hurt our city in the most horrible way. They're not looking at it like that. They're looking at it like, fuck you. You kill somebody in the city, even though y'all do it every motherfucking day, 5-6 times a day, which is beyond me. The reverse psychology that happens in this city will mind fuck you. It really will. Because you got people sitting here saying they hollering about Tyre and how they care, and then turn around and go shoot somebody the next damn day. Real shit. That shit will mind fuck you. Sunday we do care. That's the thing. Like I said, we care. My age group cares. The older care. But these little youngins that's out here, the 16, 18s, the 20s, I'm going to say the latest is 25. The ones that haven't got out of this stupid ass mentality of gang banging, gang comes first, and they don't give a fuck. They care about drugs, money, and bitches. That in that order. Drugs, money, and bitches. That's it. They don't care about family. They don't care about values. They don't care about morals. If they did, would we have such a high crime rate? Let's be 100 now. Let's think it through. If they gave a fuck, would we be in the situation we're in right now with our crime rate? Paul, I'm Cash, I'm not lying. Majority of these kids coming up are peel heads. They pop a Percocet to feel good. Or pop a bar. And set themselves up, because soon as they start nodding out, they homeboy run their motherfucking pockets and then holler, man, somebody robbed me. Meanwhile, it was your homeboy that was sitting next to you the whole damn time. He was waiting for your ass to nod out on that damn bar. And as soon as you did, he ran your mother. I've seen that shit in real life. Real shit. I've sat here and watched that shit. My motherfuckers give a motherfucker a perk and a bar mixed together, which is an upper and downer, which is a horrible combination, but I've seen that shit happen. They would mix it up, give it to the motherfucker. Motherfucker have a pocket full of money. That man wake up with nothing except the shoes on his feet and the shirt on his back. Mayor Paul Young doesn't give a fuck about us. Our school board doesn't give a fuck about us. Our governor damn sure doesn't give a fuck about us in Memphis. Nashville can't stand our asses, and I've said this, to the point where they hold our funding or threaten to take our funding for whatever program. Because our crime rate is too high. And instead of addressing why the crime rate is so high and trying to address that issue, like maybe having livable wage jobs instead of paying this 10 to 12 hour bullshit. I was looking at part-time jobs the other day because I have to have another job. It's just no way around it. I got to get another job, but it has to be close to the house because I don't have a vehicle, so I have to walk, basically. And majority of the jobs I saw, $10 to $12 an hour, maybe 15 if you're lucky. What? I'm damn near 40 years old. I'd be damned if I go work for $10 any motherfucking where. So, and I've covered this before. How do you expect people to live on $10 an hour when rent is anywhere from $1,200 to $2,000? Because we had that mass migration happen, and all these investors from New York, Cali, all of that, they saw how cheap you could get land here in the South, and so they started moving. Y'all saw it in Texas. It's happening in Tennessee, in Mississippi. I'm watching Mississippi build up like no tomorrow, man. South Haven used to be the fucking country. Not no more. Not no more. South Haven, they up there. Horn Lake, same thing. I remember fucking dirt roads in Horn Lake. Not no more. I remember stoplights. Not no more. We got, or stop signs as at a four-way. Not no more. But our elected officials don't give a fuck about us. They tell us what they think we want to hear, so we'll vote for them. But as far as giving a fuck about us, no, our elected officials don't. Mayor Paul Young just sold us out for a $10 million because of the XAI bullshit with Elon. He originally came here and said, I'm only going to use 15 gas turbines, y'all, and it's going to be minuscule to the air quality here. Kind of find out this motherfucker using 35 of them and ain't got it approved. He would have to get permits for it. Do you think Elon got the permits for it? No. Matter of fact, let me show y'all something. Let me show you how much Mayor Paul Young gives a fuck about us. First of all, well, let me just show y'all this. I just want to show y'all this. Do y'all see this shit? Uptown shooting suspect arrested on $1 million bond. Second arrest and made in cockfighting operation. So we have animal abuse at an all-time scale here. One of our historic district churches burnt down to the ground this past week. Man shot dead overnight, North Memphis. Man gets 14 years for 2024 carjacking. 2 charged with attempted murder in Millington shooting. U.S. Marshals hunt for survivalists considered armed. Pearson leads protest against AI turbines in Memphis. Pearson is hated by half of Nashville because of, well, I will admit he does fuck shit. I'ma say it. He does fuck shit. There's a time and a place to do shit, and he always picks the wrong fucking time and place to do his bullshit.
Use of gas turbines in Memphis. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alex Coleman. April is on assignment. The public and many Shelby County commissioners have questions about XAI's proposed use of gas turbines and if they will lead to possible air pollution, possibly harming the community. When it comes to Elon Musk and his XAI supercomputer, the question is whether to permit or not permit his gas turbines in southwest Memphis.
We asked him to put in a number of controls to put in place to help reduce the emissions. We do have inspectors that go out that physically look at the particular, not only the inspection reports, but also look at what they have.
Hearing all that and with all your yes answers, they shouldn't be getting a permit.
This week, the latest debate about XAI's turbine permit application took center stage during a Shelby County Commission committee meeting where the public was allowed to speak.
I have come to the County Commission today to urge you to have the Health Department and all applicable authorities hold XAI accountable legally and financially for polluting Memphis with 20 gas turbines over the legal limit to operate without permit.
We cannot allow ourselves to kowtow and bend the knee to a billionaire just because he can take advantage of us with his money.
Community members from across the city have come to this very body, pleading that something be done to ensure that the richest man in the world isn't able to compromise our health, our air, and our water. And as they've been left in the dark with no town halls hosted by XAI.
Recently on News Channel 3 at 3, Greater Memphis Chamber President and CEO Ted Townsend addressed community concerns about the use of the XAI turbines.
I think what is true is that you have had instances of environmental injustice over decades. But what we know is that within this permit, this company is pursuing, they are investing above and beyond what's expected of them. The national federal guidelines allow for 25 parts per million. These are at 2.
Back at the commission meeting, the health department says it will likely take several weeks to review public comment and issue a verdict on the permit, as the public and some commissioners say they still have questions about the safety of the XAI turbines.
My understanding is that there are turbines that are in operation now, and they have not been permitted to do so. And so what is the process to shut them down until they are permitted? Can we file an injunction?
I'm going to defer to the health department and their process that's currently open.
And the County Commission's Hospital and Health Committee approved a resolution for a June 1st deadline for the city of Memphis Light Gas and Water, to provide an accurate estimation for when XAI will connect to the power grid. They're also asking for updates from the TVA as well.
Now, mind you, it's not 20, it's 35 turbines, by the way. And they are all operational. Only 15 of them have permits. So the other 20 shouldn't even be running. The city of Memphis is passing the buck off to MLG&W. The MLG&W is passing the buck back to Elon. So everybody's just playing the blame game and don't nobody really give a fuck. They sell us out for bullshit like this. So does our city really give a fuck about us? No. Mayor Paul Young got his ass on TV and sat here and said that this facility was going to bring jobs. It brought 6 total. 6. The people that they used to build the motherfucker, guess what? They brought them from out of town. They weren't Memphians. They weren't. No. Why would I do that when I can use welders out of town? That's the type of shit we deal with in this city. Had a shooting at Tom Lee Park. Oh, I'm surprised they caught that one. Shot a dude at the at a festival. We had a festival going on, and yep, shot him. Killed a teenager. I think he was 15 or 16, something like that. But just looking at our local news, you can see why a lot of people have ran from Memphis. This is why. Home fire. Second arrest made in Nutbush, blah, blah, blah. MLG&W, yeah, they got in trouble for that last year because apparently we were having contracts with folks and they wasn't doing their part. See, 62-year-old man probably sitting on his porch minding his motherfucking business gets shot. Ex-drug task force. See, this is the shit I be talking about. See? See? You think they give a fuck about us? No, they're lining their own pockets. They don't give a fuck about us. So no, I don't really have faith in our elected system. I don't. I'm gonna be honest, I don't. A lot of people elected Paul Young because he talked a good game, but I also feel that people elected him because, well, he's black. I'm just gonna keep it 100. I do. I firmly believe that. Cash, I need you to look up the history of Memphis and understand that Nashville stole shit from us. You do realize that, right? Memphis is home of rock and roll and blues. You do realize that, right? Don't let this shit fool you now. Sun Studios, does that ring a bell? That's here. Elvis Presley, ring a bell? That's here. Like, we're the heart of music. When you cross that motherfucking bridge, you'll see a big ass sign with a guitar on it that says home of rock and roll. Then after Sun, you got Stax. Do you know what Stax Studios is? Look up Stax, Stax. Look up the greats that came out of Stax. Look up the greats that came out of Sun Studios. Don't play with it now. I know my history, and I know Tennessee history, and Nashville stole a lot of shit from us. And let me not forget, all hail to one of the best motherfucking guitarists to ever bless y'all ears, B.B. King. No, it wasn't Will Be. It wasn't Memphis. That was actually down in Mississippi. I know what you're talking about, the crossroads and where he made a deal with the devil. Yada. No, it was actually in Mississippi. It wasn't up here. It was in the Delta of Mississippi. Tennessee is not considered the Delta. But I do love Robert Johnson, Wolf, and all of them. Wolf is another one. He came to Memphis. There are so many artists I can name that started out in Memphis. So many that today you would hear sampled in newer music. You know what I'm saying? Like, and don't get it twisted now. Memphis started a lot of shit. Hell, even our rap scene, you're not fucking with it. I'm sorry. We had Skinny Pimp, 3-6 Mafia, Koopa and Koopsta and all of them, like Yo Gotti, Playa Fly. I love Playa Fly, but he snorts too much coke for me. And he'll tell you he a cokehead. He loves coke. I'm gonna be honest. He loves coke. He makes good music. It's just he snorts too much coke, and he does that shit in front of your ass. He don't care. Gangsta Boo, Lil Chat, like a lot of these people paved the way for other musicians. Fuck no, Vanilla Ice wasn't from here. We wouldn't even claim his ass. Shit, Memphis won't even claim Eminem, which is crazy as hell, because lyrically, you're not fucking with him, period. They'll claim Lil White before they claim Eminem names. I'm just telling you what I know. Because I can call a few people right now and be like, bro, do you listen to Eminem? Fuck no. Even though lyrically he's a beast, I give him that. He a beast for real. Lyrically, you're not fucking with him, man. You're just not. But people will tell you, in this city, the white boy that can rap his ass off is Lil White. When he came out with "This Is My Smoking Song," everybody, when I say everybody, and then when he came out with Oxycontin, even though he admitted in his interview, and I'm glad he did, he said, I fucking hate I even made that song because it started a whole movement in Memphis, and it did. I ain't gonna lie, it did. He started a whole movement, and that's how come a lot of these folks ended up on Vicodin, Perks, Oxys, Roxys. It was Lil White's fault. And he'll admit it. He'll own that shit. I'm not either, but I know Lil White personally. I've worked with him, and I've worked with 3-6. I've worked with Play a Fly. I've worked with so many fucking artists. I've posted it before of every show I've worked because I always take a souvenir, whether it's drumsticks, guitar pick, whatever. Like I have a shit ton of souvenirs, basically. Like I've worked so many damn shows. Sometimes it's a blur. I've worked comedy shows. I've met Cat Williams, D.L. Hewley. Like that's why when I see stars, that shit I'm not fazed by it. I'm not. I work with them, or used to. I haven't done a show in a minute, mainly because I don't have a way. Because if I did, I'd be working. Trust me. On the weekends, y'all wouldn't be seeing me. Especially like right now coming up with Memphis in May. Shit. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This trial would not be streamed because I would be at Memphis in May making about $5,000. Real shit. If I had the way, I would be down there. Absolutely. Cash is not theft. I work with them. The fuck? I work with them. It's not theft. If I sit here and say, hey, can I get that? Sure. Thank you. I always ask production, the production team we're working with, hey, can I get that? Yeah. There's so much shit I've gotten just by simply asking. So, but like that shit doesn't faze me. I've been around stars. I've been around the Jelly Rolls and all of this shit. I've been around these folks. I'm not finna get excited. You bleed just like I bleed. You human just like I'm human. You just on a bigger scale. That's it. You're a little bit more known. That's it. Yeah, because like I would have teammates that be trying to sneak and shit. Why you sneaking? If you busting your ass and working and doing what you supposed to do, you can ask these folks. I remember one day I asked one of the bands, I said, hey, I like the shirt and I was going to purchase the shirt. I said, how much is that shirt? He was like, are you working the show? I said, yeah, I'm working for y'all tonight. He said, come find me after show. I said, okay. And I'd be damned if he didn't give me that shirt for free. And that's happened to me like 5 times. So shit like that, I don't pay for. I just simply ask, and either they give it to me or they don't. It is what it is. My feelings ain't hurt. It's just always like, to me, It just reminds me of the shows because, like, after you work so many of them, they do run back to back, and you start forgetting, and you just. I'll never forget the probably the best show I've ever worked was who was it? Damn, I can't think of their name right now. They have initials. If I find it, I'll tell y'all. AJR. Some of y'all may not know who AJR is, but they were one of the best shows I've ever worked because their team knew what the fuck they were doing. They knew how to call a show. Because typically I work lights and I work spotlights. So a lot of times half of the production team don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know how to call spots. So they just tell us, do what you do. Keep the show lit up, basically. But with AJR, we had to be on our A game. And that was my first time ever experiencing that. But one of the best fucking shows I've ever worked, I will admit. One of the best. And because one of his managers was like, you're the main spot, and I'm finna tell you now that he's all over the stage, so you're gonna have to keep up with him. I said, okay, cool. That man had so much energy during the whole show. I had never seen an artist perform like that during the whole show. He had that high energy, and he kept the crowd, It was just you had to be there to experience it. Like, that was one of the best moments I've ever had as far as working shows. Yeah, I do. I be high in the sky. I be high as hell. If I work at the Cannon, man, look here. That walk up to the damn roof is a motherfucker. You got to go up 16 flight of stairs just to get to the spotlights. I hate working at the Cannon. But I also hated working downtown and on the scissor lift because they would put it like that year. They was like, oh, well, we ain't got a harness. Man, you better bring me a damn harness set before I put this motherfucker up 20 feet in the air. Hell no. And we on the river? No. I need a harness kit now. And I meant that shit. They brought it too. No, hell no. I'm not gonna go up there and the damn wind up. No, the fuck. Yeah, AJR, the head singer, he, like, when I say he was all over that stage, he was all over that stage. I had never seen a performance like that ever, and I've worked a shit ton of shows. Yeah, nah, when they sat here and said on the scissor lift, we had to go up. No, not without a harness. Y'all better find one quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because we didn't expect to go up that high, so we didn't bring our gear. If they would have told me we were going up, I would have brought my harness kit. But because they didn't tell us that, they had to go to the riggers and get their kits and come back and bring it to us because it was like 3 of us on the scissor lift. And I had to run the scissor lift. And I was like, nah, bruh, if we're finna be up that damn high, we need kits. Ain't no way in hell I'm going up there without a harness kit. No. So they ended up bringing it like 10 minutes, and we had to hurry up and get all that shit hooked up and get set up in place. It was wild. And you only have so much time to get shit done in between sets. It was wild. He's real high energy. He's all over the stage. But you only live once. I think that's why I like doing it. Plus, I get in shows for free. I don't have to pay for it. Like if I wanted to work the Chris Brown concert that's happening at the Liberty Bowl Stadium, I could. But do you think I am? Fuck no. And I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be too many folks down there, especially at the Liberty Bowl. I like when we was out there to do Memphis in May because they had moved it from the river to the Liberty Bowl one year. They had a shootout the first night. So you think I'm finna go over there and work a damn Chris Brown concert? Fuck no. Well, Memphis in May, they slashed in half anyway because of what happened not last year, year before last. Because that was the last one I worked. I didn't work last year. They called me on the last day talking about due loadout, and I told them to go fuck themselves because you basically fucked me out of $4,000 and you want me to come break a stage down for 4 hours? Get the fuck out of my face. I'm not doing it. Fuck out of here. What you thought this was? So... And she got mad. I didn't give a fuck, though. You're not finna play with me like that. You call me any other time you need something done. And 9 times out of 10, I show up when I had a ride. But you fucking me out of money and then expecting me to do a 4-hour loadout? No, fuck out of here. No, find somebody else. But they ended up cutting Memphis in May because apparently we damaged the park. Let them tell it. We did over like $3 million in damages to the turf and with the fence lines and blah blah blah. Anyway, the city tried to basically make the producers of the show pay out immediately instead of going through the insurance because we had insurance on the thing. So basically the city of Memphis was supposed to file a claim through the insurance. Well, instead of doing that, they turned around and sued the production companies and basically was like, nah, y'all need to come up with our $3 million now. And the production companies were like, why the fuck will we pay y'all when we pay insurance and they can pay y'all? And so they ended up saying, well, fuck it. We're just done. We're not going to do Memphis in May no more. Fuck it. And then when the producers did that, the city of Memphis was like, hold on, wait, whoa. Wait, we're losing money if we do that. No, y'all harassing them for $3 million fucking dollars that you can't wait on. So, but anyway, they ended up basically slashing it in half. It's now only one stage. It used to be 3 stages. But now it's only one, so. It was kind of fucked up because that was the money-making season right there. If you really wanted to make some money, work Memphis in May. But now you can't even depend on that, so. And then, like I said, even if I wanted to work it, I couldn't because I don't have a consistent ride there, a reliable ride. And then the hours is real funky. Like I wouldn't get off to like 2 or 3 in the morning. Ain't nobody fucking up at 2 or 3 in the morning, so I wouldn't be able to get a ride home. So it sucks though, because I really wanted to get that money, but just doesn't look like that's gonna happen. So I've been looking for part-time jobs around the house so I can, save up my money. But when I started seeing $10, $12 this and that, and I'm like, man, fuck that. I'm not working for $10 to $12. I'm just not doing it. Not when I know what the experience I have. I have warehouse experience. I have logistics experience. I have experience dealing with truckers. I've been in the trucking industry majority of my damn life. So I know what I bring to the table, and $10 to $12 just ain't it. I'm sorry. It's just not. So, and that's the problem here. People expect these folks to live on shit like that, and you can't. You just can't. I don't give a damn who you are. And even if you stretch it, budget, no matter how much you budge and stretch and all of that, you're still going to end up short every month. So, but that is the end of today. Hopefully court will start on time tomorrow and we don't have a fucking hour-long delay. Because I pray to God we don't. I ain't got time for that shit. And go touch some grass. Go do something productive. I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm so lost in these streets. I don't know what the fuck is going on. And I'm okay with that. I don't really give a shit, honestly. The only two things I do know about is, the CPS shit, which I call, never mind. I ain't even going to speak on that. And the shit that happened with Dutch. And that one pissed me off because, Dutch is my friend. And to see that, and to see a motherfucking neighbor sitting here saying, yeah, I'm Dutch's neighbor. And, to use her credibility on somebody else's panel, that's fuck shit. Real shit. And speaking of Dutch is going live tonight. I believe we're covering Arkansas. I believe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. One of Dutch's neighbors, she hopped on somebody's panel. I'm not going into details with the Cash. One of Dutch's neighbors hopped on somebody's panel and tried to use Dutch's credibility. So, and Dutch had to hop up there and correct the bitch because, yeah. Talking about, I'm Dutch's neighbor. What the fuck does that mean? And if you support Justin and if you gave thousands of dollars to Justin, then why in the fuck you not over there? Why you not using his credibility? Why you using Dutch's credit? It was weird ass shit. It was weird. Period. Weird as fuck. So, but if you can, go support Dutchy tonight. We will be covering the missing in Arkansas. And I really want Dutch to get back to the Spivey case because that case there, I really hope they reopen the investigation. I know the governor's dragging his ass to do it. I really do. But I really want her to come back to the Spivey case. Hell, what she just showed us the other day about the missing foundation and the head is a known child rapist, Chomo. Yeah. How the fuck did he slip through the cracks? How the fuck do we have somebody sitting here advocate for the missing that is a child predator? How? Sit here lying saying that they're non-profit when they're for profit. How does shit like that happen? That's the shit that needs to be called out. Fuck all these other weirdos and they weird ass dramas and these manufactured ass drama that they coming up with, because that's what I think it is, fucking manufactured drama to be a perpetual victim some fucking more. But we're letting people through the cracks. And I don't mind if you have charges. I don't mind if you have a past. I have a past. Everybody has a past. I told y'all I'm from the streets. That's real shit. South Memphis, born and raised. Between Hickory Hood, South Memphis, and Raleigh, yeah. yeah, I'm kind of fucked up. I've seen some things, unfortunately. A lot of people couldn't imagine seeing. I've been in situations that a lot of people couldn't imagine being in. And I think that's why I cover this Tyre situation the way I do. Because I know what it's like to make those dumbass decisions in life, regardless, if he stole the credit cards or not. I know what it feels like to go through that, and people still treat you like shit. Treat you like you're just a criminal, treat you like you're the black sheep. Should I go through that shit now? That's why I don't really deal with certain people anymore. And it's fucked up because it's my own family. I just don't deal. Because if you're going to continuously throw in my face what happened 15 years ago, I'm good on that. I've apologized, and all I can do is move the fuck on. Oh, that's Fat Mama. She always snoring. That girl snore up a damn storm. You think she worked 16 hours in somebody's work. I be telling y'all they be working. Where they be working at night, I don't know, but they be working. No, I don't. I do not think. If they're smart, they won't take their ass on the stand. If they're smart. Fat Mama, they think you BJ. Look, she stopped. I ain't shit. Bye, y'all, for y'all get me in trouble with some bullshit that I... Oh, shit. Y'all have a good night. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Don't forget, Dutch going live, I think, at 6:30. I don't know. Y'all just have to go to Dutch page and go see. But I'm getting the fuck out of here. Today's been a long day. This week has been a long week. I'm looking forward to this weekend. I'm not going to lie. I'm still debating if I want to do that recap, or if y'all want me to do a recap, let me know in the comments and we'll go from there. Because this week has been a lot. And retaining all of that information has been a lot. So just let me know in the comments, and y'all have a good night. Peace, y'all.